and wrap up. And
Councillor Crowson, sound check. We're getting some feedback off your other sound.
So looking back, for those of you, I believe everybody.
Sound check, sound check.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the Community Issues Committee meeting for May the 13th. If we can start off with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Bieber.
Here.
Councillor Campbell. Councillor Crowson.
I'm here.
Councillor Doria.
Present.
Councillor Parker. Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rumpel. Here. Deputy Mayor Dodick. Not here yet. And Mayor Hagan.
Present.
Thank you.
All right. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. Moving on to presentations, we'll start off with the 2027 to 20. Oh, sorry, we better adopt the agenda first before we go into that. So I have a resolution from Councillor Park or from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rumpel. This day is not going very well, is it so far? So adoption of the agenda. Be it resolved that the May 13th, 2026 agenda of the Community Issues Committee meeting be adopted as presented. Acting Mayor.
Ms. Hilford, do we have any additions or changes to the agenda?
There are no revisions to today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. With that, we'll move into the first presentation, 2027 to 2036 Capital Improvement Program Overview presentation. I'll turn the time over to Mr. City Manager, Laurie Brierly.
And I will just turn it over to Mr. Matthews, our CFO.
Thank you, members of council. Today's workshop is intended to provide an overview of the 2027 to 2036 Capital Improvement Program, or CIP. This presentation is the first step, or first part of the capital budget workshop process. The focus of the presentation is to review why the city prepares a capital budget and what the CIP is. The direction council has already provided and the process that will guide the development of the 2027 to 2036 CIP. This will help set the foundation for future discussions and proposed capital projects, available funding, and the difficult choices council will need to make later in the budget process. Next slide. Today's presentation is organized into two main parts. The first part focuses on the CIP overview. This includes the creation of the capital budget and the capital improvement program, and the budget direction already provided by City Council. The second part provides an update on the 2027 to 2036 CIP, including a summary of proposed capital projects, estimated funding, and next steps for Council. The purpose is not to make a final capital budget decision today. Rather, this workshop is intended to provide context, confirm the process, and support Council's preparation for the capital budget deliberations in November. Next slide. Before getting into the details of the CIP, it's important to step back and answer a basic question. Why does the city create a capital budget? The short answer is that the city is legally required to adopt a capital budget, but the broader reason is that the capital planning helps ensure the city can maintain, renew, and invest in the infrastructure that supports municipal services. Capital projects include major investments such as roads, bridges, recreation facilities, parks, buildings, water and wastewater infrastructure, and other utility systems. These projects often require significant funding and take several years to plan, design, and construct. This is why a structured capital budget process is important. The capital budget identifies both the source of funding and the use of funding for major fixed assets. These assets include roads, buildings, vehicles, and water and wastewater facilities, parks, and pathways, as I mentioned, that residents and businesses rely on every day. The capital budget also helps council make decisions about the infrastructure, what infrastructure should be built, renewed, delayed, or not advanced based on available funding and community priorities. In practical terms, the capital budget is where the city balances infrastructure needs with financial capacity. Next slide. The Municipal Government Act requires every municipality to adopt both an operating budget and a capital budget each calendar year. The city meets this requirement through the adoption of a multi-year operating and capital budgets. The MGA also requires that property tax and business tax bylaws cannot be passed unless the operating and capital budgets for that year have already been adopted. This means the capital budget is not optional. It is a required part of the city's overall financial planning and taxation process. Next slide. There are several key principles that guide the city's capital budget process. First, the city develops a 4-year approved capital budget with a 10-year capital plan. This is important because many capital projects take several years to move from planning to design to construction. Second, under the city's asset management policy, priority is given to maintaining existing assets before building or purchasing new assets. Third, operating impacts from capital projects must be incorporated into the operating budget. This is important because new capital projects often create ongoing costs for staffing, maintenance, utilities, life cycle renewal, and service delivery. Finally, the city seeks to maximize capital grants and other external funding wherever possible. These principles help ensure the capital budget is financially responsible and aligned in long-term infrastructure planning. Next slide, and one more actually. The Capital Improvement Program is a plan that matches the capital wants, needs, and priorities of the community with a financial strategy. This is where the difficult choice begins. The city has many capital needs, but funding is limited. That means that not every project can be advanced at the same time, and some projects may need to be delayed, phased, or reduced to scope or not funded. Capital decisions require council to balance asset management, growth, service levels, community benefit, and affordability and risk. The CIP is the tool that helps organize those decisions in a structured and transparent way. Next slide. The CIP is organized into 4 main sections. Section C is transportation. This includes projects such as roads and bridges, rehabilitation, intersection improvements, pathways, sidewalks, annual transportation programs, and off-site infrastructure. Section D is community. This includes sport and recreation facilities, parks, transit facilities, community buildings, and annual community infrastructure programs. Section E is environmental utility. This includes water, wastewater, waste and environment, recycling, utility annual programs, and off-site utility infrastructure. Section F is the electric utility. This includes transmission, distribution, and electric utility support projects. A key point is that the proposed capital project should be supported by an existing asset management plan or a master plan unless council provided an exception. This helps ensure projects are connected to approved planning work and are not being advanced outside of council's broader strategic and infrastructure priorities. Next slide. And one more. Council has already provided important direction for the 2027 to 2036 CIP. On March 11th, 2025, Council directed administration to place high priority on maintaining current capital assets over building new assets. Council also directed that proposed capital projects should only be included in the 2027 to 2036 CIP if they have been identified in the existing city master plans or asset management plans, unless Council provided an exception. As well also within the previous CIPs. In addition, administration was directed to work with the community to provide information about other grant opportunities that may support community group capital projects. Finally, administration was directed to continue providing updates to the Economic and Finance Standing Committee on the CIP process, of which we are doing today. The direction provides the foundation for how administration has approached the development of the proposed 2027-2036 CIP. Council also provided additional capital budget direction in February 10th. This included cancelling capital project C17, the 18th Street Functional Planning and Design Study, and not bringing the project forward to the next CIP deliberations. Council also directed that planning, design, construction, and life cycle projects containing bike lanes on roads be removed from the existing 21 to 26 segments of the current CIP cycle. For the 2027 to 2036 CIP deliberations, Council further directed that no future request for funding for bike lanes on roads be considered. The exception is for bike-related projects on pathways that have been identified as multi-use pathways. This direction has been incorporated into the current CIP process. Next slide. This slide provides a high-level snapshot of the 2027 to 2036 CIP process. The process begins with planning documents, including Council's strategic plan, master plans, and asset management plans. From there, the project identification forms a draft CIP, business cases are prepared, and Council budget directions then guide how those proposed projects were reviewed and prioritized. Today's workshop is part of that process. It provides Council with an opportunity to review the overall framework before the draft CIP documents and business cases are brought forward in the fall. Capital budget deliberations are scheduled for November 2026, followed by Council's final budget approval. And with that, in conclusion, I will happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Appreciate that. I've got 0 questions in my queue. Oh, sorry, Councillor Crowson, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that overview, Mr. Matthews. And you talked about some of the guiding principles. But one thing I don't see in there is I am assuming, and I want to question my assumption, this will be linked to our economic strategy as we move ahead. So as we're looking at community development, we will make sure that what capital projects we look at go hand in hand with economic strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. So I think that would be one of the things that the short answer is yes. So, but I think that would be something that council members would take a look at as they're coming through on the projects that are within the prioritization, and now how they relate to your upcoming economic development strategies that are being brought forward, as well as your recent council strategy.
And I'm assuming land use bylaw and everything. We're trying to keep this holistic and make sure the projects that move ahead actually move ahead our strategic planning in a very, complete way. Would I be correct in that?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Yes, you are.
Okay. I know that's not part of that principle, but I think it's not written there, but I think we need to keep this in mind, that everything needs to be done in a holistic fashion. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. I see no further questions in the queue. So with that, the motion. Okay, thus far, is there any member of the community that wishes to make a presentation on what you've heard thus far? As this is a Community Issues Committee meeting, it's open to the public to come forward and speak. No one? All right. Oh, yes. Actually, you have to come to the mic so others can hear. Sorry, I understand. You've got a baby there, my fault. If it's pertaining to this particular, we have multiple different presentations. Okay, the water one, yeah, will be later. I'll let you know for that, for sure. You're welcome. You know, we're going to move on. We're going to go to 4.1.2 is the CIP update presentation. We have an overview presentation, but we'll go to the update presentation, and I'll turn that over to Mr. Matthews.
Thank you once again, Mayor and members of Council. This second part of the 2027 to 2036 capital budget workshop that we have. In part one, I just provided an overview of why the city prepares a capital budget, what the capital improvement program is, and the budget direction council has already provided. For this second part, we'll focus on three areas. First, a summary of the proposed capital projects. Second, the estimated capital funding available. And third, the next steps for council as we move toward the draft CIP book and budget deliberations later this year. Next slide. This section provides a high-level overview of the projects that have been submitted for the 2027 to 2036 capital improvement program. The purpose today is not to make final project decisions, but to show council the scale of the proposed capital requests and how those requests compare to the funding expected to be available. Next slide. For transportation and community projects, there are 61 proposed projects with a combined 2027 to 2030, so in the approval window area, capital cost of $238.5 million. Transportation accounts for about $69.7 million in the first 4 years, I should say, in that approval window, while community projects account for $168.8 million in that period. This total includes some project options, so the final amount may change depending on which option council chooses to advance. Next slide. Section E includes environmental utility projects such as water, wastewater, waste, and related infrastructure. The proposed 2027 to 2030 capital costs is about $472.9 million, with 10-year total of about $861.3 million. There are also 4 previously funded carry-forward projects totaling $89.4 million. These are shown separately because of the funding has already been allocated. Next slide. The electric utility section includes 11 projects with approximately $65.1 million proposed in the 2027 to 23 window and about $158.6 million over 10 years. These projects are funded through the electric reserve and external borrowing, so they are shown separately from the tax-supported transportation and community projects. Next slide. This slide identifies projects that were removed from the proposed CIP listing. Some projects were removed because their costs are now included in larger projects. Others are being considered through the operating budget, a different funding source, or a revised funding model. This helps reduce duplication and ensures projects are placed in the most appropriate budget process. And next slide. This section shifts from the proposed project list to the funding side of the equation. The key question is, after accounting for known grants, reserves, pay-as-you-go funding, and committed annual programs, how much funding is available for new proposed transportation and community capital projects? Next slide. For transportation community projects, which are sections C and D within the book, estimated funding for 2027-2030 is about $159.1 million. However, after deducting community annual programs and this CCBF allocation, which is formally would be known as the federal gas tax allocation for the wastewater projects, about $95.6 million remains available for proposed transportation and community projects. The challenge is that the proposed projects is in the 4-year window total $183 million. That means project requests are significantly higher than funding available. Next slide. One of the largest grants that the city receives is from the provincial government for capital projects, and the graph shows the history of the grant funding program. Under the old program called MSI, or Municipal Sustainability Initiative, and the BMTG, or Basic Municipal Transportation Grant, the city used to receive about $20 million per year to use for capital projects. In 2022 and 2023, this program was reduced to nearly 50% of that amount, and only $10 million, roughly around $10 million per year. Under the new program, LGFF, or Local Government Fiscal Framework, the capital received, for 2024, it was $12 million and $14 million in 2025. We are estimating to receive $13 million per year in future years. Next slide. Unlike provincial funding, this grant, which is the CCBF grant, which was formerly the federal gas tax, this grant has been more stable over time. The city typically receives about $6 million per year. This funding continues to be important for roads, bridges, recreation facilities, and other eligible capital projects. Next slide. Given the funding gap, administration reviewed transportation annual programs to determine where reductions may be possible. The revised transportation annual program budget is about $41.7 million, down from about $49.7 million. That is a reduction of $8 million or 16%. These reductions help create room for other projects, but they also come with service impacts, including fewer pathways, projects, lower service levels in some areas, and increased risk for sidewalks, lighting, and road safety improvements. Next slide. Parks and Facility Services annual programs were also reviewed. The revised four-year budget is about $13.5 million. Sorry, if I get that right here. My glasses, I need my glass bit. Reduction overall is about 11.35 down from the previous amounts. This is a reduction of about 3.3 million or 21%. The main impact is the fewer asset management pathways, storm sewer, and accessibility projects would move forward within the four-year window. Across all annual programs reviewed, the total four-year budget reduced from about 66.5 million to 55.2 million. That is an overall reduction in about 11.35 million or 17%. This helps manage capital funding gap, but also means administration will need to reprioritize projects, and council will need to weigh the trade-offs between maintaining existing assets and funding new or expanded infrastructure. Next slide, and one more slide. So today's workshop provides a high-level project listing and available funding picture. The next major step is the draft CIP book. It is expected in September or October. The document will include the detailed business cases and summary sheets. Budget deliberations are scheduled for November 16th to 20th, 2026, where CIC will make project recommendations to the council, with final approval of the CIP budget is expected in December of 2026. Next slide. So in summary, the proposed capital needs are much greater than the funding available, particularly for transportation and community projects. Administration has already started reducing annual programs and removing or redirecting projects where appropriate. However, there will still be significant choices for council during deliberations. With that, we would be happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions in the queue, so you must have had, oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Campbell.
Just a quick thought about, because we've dealt with capital projects that are already existing, and then we've revisited them and said, we need to not pay that much. I mean, I'm thinking of the Japanese gardens, for example. Do we have many in the queue that are ready to go that we have to revisit as it stands right now, or is that something that we'll see as we move along?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. So you are correct. We, in the existing CIP, council has looked at a number and made some decisions in regard to that. NICU could be example. Pickleball courts would be another example earlier. Within the past one, it was past council, but on that, as we go forward with the new CIP, part of the work is with departments that they've already taken a look at those capital projects that are being included, and so at this stage, it's the best estimates or estimates that we have, and those are usually through some either preliminary preliminary design or preliminary scoping work that's been done by the departments to come up with those costing elements. So not anticipating that there will be necessarily projects in that way. There may be some that are from the original CIP that are being carried on that we would see issues on coming forward or questions for council. But in the most part, the numbers that are there are already inside the documentations we bring them forward.
Yeah, I just asked that because I mean certainly there'd be some community groups who are saying, am I next? And is how confident am I that we're going to move forward with whatever project? I don't have anything on the top of my head, but
So thank you, and just to follow up to that, so basically right now, one of the hard decisions for council will be that when you're looking at overall projects, determining which ones continue, but also which one more probably new ones that are coming in that are new and within the confines of what council has said for us to bring forward, whether or not they move forward. So from that point of view, council will be making decisions in regards to, as I mentioned earlier, there's more requests than there is actual funding. So there will be some projects that are in scoring that we'll discuss and so forth already that won't make it from administration's point of view, but council may decide to either pull one up or move one differently than what we've ranked them at.
So there's moderate confidence that projects that have been designated should move forward this year, hopefully, that have already been approved.
So the ones that are already approved, yes. I think, I've only know of one that'll be coming forward for a scope change from the existing program coming up, but that's because the group have received an additional grant component, so it's a little bit different. The rest of them, to my knowledge, that are in the existing project would be moving forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Bieber.
Just to Mr. Matthews' administration, I know we're going to be hearing about how critical the wastewater and water treatment plants are, but I'm wondering, as a newcomer to council, are we going to find out a list of other infrastructure projects that are essentially absolutely critical for us to be looking at, in you guys' opinion, as priorities?
Thank you, Councillor Bieber. So the short answer is yes. The longer portion of that's some of the work that we will do throughout the workshop and coming forward with business cases later on. So we will go through some of the preliminary stuff and give you a little bit more context on those today. And then, of course, or should say, over the next little while as they come along. And of course, you'll see that. And of course, that's part of the asset management plans that you would have seen Mr. Stevenson's team and so forth bringing forward. So you'll start getting a little bit more context around those other critical infrastructure. So you are correct. Today, we're going to spend a lot of time on the water and wastewater, particularly the wastewater project today, but there'll be other ones there we'll be talking about along the journey.
Thank you. I see no further questions. And so with that one, we'll move on with a motion. Do you want to sponsor that, Councillor Bieber? All right. Moved by Councillor Bieber, Capital Budget Workshop 2027 to 2036 Capital Improvement Program. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee consider this information in advance of the upcoming 2027 to 2036 capital budget deliberations that will take place in November 2026. Councillor Bieber. Question has been called. All in favor? And Councillor Croson is in favor. All right. Thank you. All right, moving along here, presentation 4.2, Wastewater 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program. That's an E26 amendment, a new CIP wastewater treatment plant, train to construction, and water and wastewater utility rate analysis. And so with that, I'll turn the time over to Mr. City Manager, which will probably turn the time over to somebody else, but I'll turn the time over to yourself, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I will start with this one. I see Councillor Dodick is just walking in here. So Mr. Mayor, Mayor Higgin, members of council, before we begin, I'd like to note that the presentation you're about to receive includes detailed and technical information provided to support council's fiduciary responsibilities and decision-making. For the sake of time and clarity, some of that material may be referenced verbally only at a high level during the presentation, with the full detail available in the supporting documentation. If you have any questions, we can answer them today or when this item arises in subsequent public meetings. It's also important to recognize that this initiative represents a significant undertaking for our community. One that extends over multiple years, involves significant coordination and investment, and represents the largest infrastructure investment in the city's history. The scale of this project reflects both the growth of our community and the increasing demands being placed on critical infrastructure as Alberta's largest mid-sized city and a critical regional economic hub. We're at a pivotal point, and as you as council will be entrusted with making a decision that will shape Lethbridge's continued growth as the heart of the Southern Alberta region for decades to come. Before I turn things over to Mr. Sanchez, I'd also like to recap key events of the past 3 years that have led us to today. We first brought this issue forward to council committee members in 2023, proposing a significant increase in our capital budget to address the pressing need to increase our water and wastewater treatment capacity. Council of the day directed us to investigate more options and report back, which included a directive to seek financial support from other levels of government. We did this successfully, securing 2 provincial grants totaling $12 million for our water treatment plant. This included a $2.8 million grant secured in 2024 to help fund detailed design for the expansion, as well as a $9.3 million grant secured in 2025 to help fund a process redundancy project at the water treatment plant. That process redundancy project is the first step towards increasing our water treatment plant capacity to enable Lethbridge's continued growth and that of surrounding regional communities. This brings us to today, and today's recommendation regarding the wastewater treatment plant expansion project. We're recommending a strategic initiative to expand the capacity of our wastewater treatment plant by 50% to support long-term population growth, regulatory compliance, environmental protection, regional service sustainability, and economic development. Currently, our wastewater system has very little room left to handle additional demand. Even though the plant can treat about 40 million liters per day, peak flows already push the system to its limits. This lack of spare capacity means the city is increasingly vulnerable to growth pressures, severe weather events, and future regulatory changes unless action is taken. Addressing these challenges will require the largest infrastructure investment in the city's history, as I've already mentioned, with capital costs for the project estimated at $285 million. While the city currently maintains the lowest combined water and wastewater rates among comparable Alberta municipalities, the proposed expansion will require significant rate increases to fund capital construction and support long-term operational resilience. Even with these increases, Lethbridge is expected to maintain comparatively low wastewater rates relative to other Alberta municipalities. We recognize the challenge rate increases pose, especially at a time when affordability is a concern for so many people. However, we must stress that expansion of treatment capacity is not optional. Failure to proceed or delaying this investment would expose the city to even greater long-term material risks, including regulatory non-compliance, environmental harm, and potentially catastrophic system failures. Today, administration is recommending a proactive investment opportunity for council to protect reliable service, support future growth, and reduce long-term risk for our community. With that, I'll now turn it over to Mr. Sanchez and his team.
Thank you, and good morning. We're here today to talk about the wastewater treatment plant and the proposal to upgrade. The issue that we have on hand on the next slide is, as explained by the city manager, the treatment plant has been at capacity, especially for the last 7 years, when we have seen high strength coming to the plant, which means high strength relates to a slowdown in the process and a difficulty for the plant to treat the incoming inflow and meet the requirements and the regulatory considerations from Alberta Environment. As explained before, a system failure will result in immediate disruption, service disruption for residents, businesses, and also regional customers. We want to stress out that without an increased capacity, new residential, commercial, and industrial development will likely be delayed or denied within the next planning cycle. Next slide. This slide was alluded before by the city manager. You can see here where a comparison based on the existing bylaws from all the municipalities that are on that slide. Lethbridge is currently 60% below the average. And our next municipality we are roughly half of their cost. This is where we are today. After this presentation, we're going to show you an analysis of what will be the rate increases and how those rate increases will compare based on today's rates and also assumptions of future rate increases for the other municipalities. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So for today, we have here in the team different staff that has been involved in the work for the last 2 years in terms of the water treatment plant and wastewater treatment plant expansion projects. They are going to go through each one of the categories, and we're going to try to hit the highlights. Next slide. So with that, I will pass it to Mr. Drenth.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So over the next few slides, I'm going to talk about some of the key trends and key issues that have been observed at the wastewater treatment plant over the last couple of years. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the growing capacity pressures on the wastewater treatment plant. The key issue confronting the city is growing operational risk and its impact on future community growth. The wastewater treatment plant is now operating with virtually no remaining spare capacity. That means we have very limited ability to respond to emergencies, major events, or unexpected system failures without impacting service levels. From an operational perspective, when a utility operates this close to capacity, even relatively minor failures can have immediate and significant consequences. There is little room to redirect flows, absorb peak demands, or take critical infrastructure offline for repairs. In practical terms, a major equipment failure or process upset could result in immediate service disruption and create compliance, environmental, and public health concerns. There is also a significant growth in economic development risk associated with this. Without additional treatment capacity, the city may soon be forced to delay or deny new residential, commercial, and industrial development. This impacts not only housing availability, but also investment attraction, job creation, and broader economic growth opportunities for the community and the region. Ultimately, the risk of inaction is not simply that growth slows, it is that the city loses operational resilience. Expanding and upgrading the wastewater treatment plant is necessary to maintain reliable service delivery, support future growth, protect the environment, and reduce the likelihood of critical system failures. Next slide there. The wastewater treatment plant continues to see increasing demand. Population growth and expanding industrial and commercial activity are driving higher wastewater volumes and treatment requirements. In addition, higher strength industrial wastewater is placing added strain on treatment processes and the existing infrastructure. For the city, this reduces our ability to support new residential, commercial, and industrial development while increasing operational complexity and costs. The system is being relied on closer to its limits, which accelerates the need for upgrades and expansion. Next slide. On this slide, I'm highlighting the risk associated with aging infrastructure. As outlined in the wastewater treatment plant asset management plan, several key treatment assets are at or beyond their expected service life, and maintenance demands along with unplanned repair requirements continue to increase. Under sustained high demand conditions, equipment reliability is at risk, and there is limited redundancy should critical components fail. In addition, replacement parts are becoming increasingly difficult to source as some equipment is becoming obsolete and parts are no longer supported by vendors. These aging assets increase the risk of service disruptions, regulatory non-compliance, and unexpected capital costs. A significant plant failure could also impact future development and reduce system resiliency during emergencies or peak flow events. Proactive renewal and investment is necessary to maintain reliable service and reduce the risk of future failures. Next slide. So to summarize, current and future wastewater demand is expected to exceed existing system capacity without timely investment. Expansion and renewal projects have been identified to address these pressures and maintain a reliable service. Delaying investment increases both project costs and delivery risks while also limiting the city's ability to support future residential, commercial, and industrial growth. And without these upgrades, the city faces increasing risks related to system failure, regulatory compliance, and higher long-term costs associated with reactive maintenance rather than a planned infrastructure renewal. Timely investment will help ensure continued reliability, resiliency, and sustainable growth for the city and the region. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kashuda, who's going to talk about the cost of service study. Thank you.
Morning. So in conjunction with determining the required scope and magnitude of future plant expansions, the water and wastewater utilities have engaged a consultant to perform a cost of service study for both the water and wastewater utilities. The cost of service study is a methodical analysis that identifies the total cost of providing a service and then allocates it proportionally to the various customer classes. For the City of Lethbridge, these classes are residential, commercial, industrial, and regional. The fundamental goal of this work is to ensure that rates are both equitable, defensible, and sustainable. And it is anticipated that this study will be completed in June of this year. The framework that this cost of service study employs is based upon the methodology taken from the American Water Works Association M1 manual. This methodology is a utility industry best practice that's used by many communities across North America. Performing a comprehensive study such as this ensures that we are treating the utility finances through a true full cost recovery model. A cost of service study will lead the way to inform future bylaws and rates. Next slide. And so a summary of some of the key objectives of this study is it'll provide a clear breakdown of how much each customer class should pay, recommended variable rates and fixed monthly charges that should be recovered. And again, it'll provide for justifiable and equitable rates. Next slide. And so the outcomes of this study, there's numerous outcomes that will be realized with this study. The primary outcomes or goals that the utility will expect are, one, it'll achieve a full cost recovery. That is, it's going to identify the total amount of revenue required to operate, maintain, and rehabilitate assets. It's going to ensure equity. It's going to align rates with cost causation, and meaning by that is it's going to allocate cost based upon consumption, peak demand, and customer-related expenses. The cost of service study will also help to promote conservation through designing rate structures that encourage efficiency. Another key outcome of this will be sustainability. And by that, what we mean is this cost of service study should align financial planning with the asset management plan for long-term system reliability. And finally, this will provide the utilities to evaluate and verify revenue stability. And what this means is we'll be able to shift between fixed rates and variable rates to help provide stable revenue. And with this, I'll pass this over to Joel to talk about the expansion plans.
So next slide. What we're proposing today is what we call a Train 2 expansion for the wastewater treatment plant. The wastewater treatment plant has been in the same place since 1964 when it was built, and subsequently has been going through overall 6 process improvements. This will be the biggest one since the plant inception, and it will add a 20 MLD increase. The 20 MLD will be at least the amount that we will gain, and it will allow us to modernize the plant, to bring equipment that is more efficient and in the long term has a return of investment by having a less energy consumption and also exploring ideas about energy reuse and use some of the gas that will be produced with the additional capacity to generate electricity that will be used within the plant. This Train 2 will address the current capacity constraints that we have, and it will also support residential, industrial, and at the same time, regional growth if need be. One of the most important items is that it will reduce the operational risk and improve the system resiliency. Part of the plan will also include redundancy, which is what we are doing at the water treatment plant. Having the redundancy will allow us to take equipment off service to do the repairs and maintenance that we need, which is one of the main concerns that we have today. We have no redundancy, and the plant is running based on the equipment that we have. When there is a failure, we need to react and fix as soon as possible. Next slide. Here we're just giving you a quick overview of what the expansion plan will look like. All the areas that you see in blue are areas that will be the new train to the right of that picture. And we're also doing improvements on existing equipment such as the digesters, the electrical facility, and also the clarifier will be added to the right of the existing clarification equipment that we have. Next slide. This gives us a graph of the last 10 years, 11 years of functioning of the plant. As you see there, the plant was originally designed at a capacity of 4950 MLD. And in 2019, that capacity was downgraded due to high strength influent coming to the plant. When this was observed by administration, we waited a couple of years to ensure that this was not an anomaly. Typically, when we see fluctuations into the flow, we want to ensure that those are something that is steady and is going to continue over the time. By 2021, 2022, we confirmed that, yes, definitely the strength of the influent that was coming to the plant was high enough that was limiting the capacity. That's why we came in 2023 to propose the plant expansions for both water and wastewater. And we have been, since then, working on the operational level at capacity and with the system with some constraints that is limiting. When you see the green bar to the right, that will be the additional capacity that we will be providing with the new Train 2. So that will give us that 20 MLD that will allow us to grow and have capacity for at least the next 20 years or so. It also depends on the growth of the city and the growth of the industrial and commercial customers. Something we haven't mentioned too is that the team has been working on current bylaws and the current surcharges for industrial customers in order to ensure that that will be reflected into the cost study, as Mr. Kuchud explained. This will allow us to provide incentives for the industrial sector to do some pretreatment on their site. Next slide. And with that, I will pass this to Mr. Stevenson. But before we go there, I want to do a pause and see if there are any questions from council members about what we have presented so far.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I don't see any in the queue right now, so we can go to Mr. Stevenson. Oh, sorry. I guess I do have one. Councillor Wolf.
Just to clarify, so we know we have at least two large residential commercial projects on the books for Lethbridge, the university's development and then the crossings. Can you kind of, part of the need here is that we have this stuff coming, and if we add all those units in, that would definitely, is it fair to say, would it exacerbate our risk levels, adding all of that development to the current capacity?
Short answer is yes. It will add more strain and more volume going to the plant. And that's one of the main reasons we want to ensure we have additional capacity to be able to have equipment in place to treat the wastewater that will be generated for new developments that are coming on.
Thank you.
And I'm sure, I'd imagine, Mr. Stevenson, you're probably going to get into this, but maybe I'll put out there, and if you are, just tell me you're going to get into it. But what I've heard out there, and I hear it more often than I'd like to hear, is that emergency now. What happened over the last 20 years? Why wasn't anything put into our wastewater? You know, we talked about going back to the 60s here. This is before everybody's time here, so it's not pointing fingers, but my goodness, I hear it so often that now it's emergency, now we're putting in $250, $300 million, whatever the number is going to be. What happened over the multiple years leading up to this, and why wasn't any work done during that time? Is it something you're going to be, if you're going to be answering, that's fine, but it's...
Yes, that'll be something we talk about later in the presentation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Doria.
I think I have to... Sorry, it's my fault. Okay. I think I will direct my question to Mr. Koshuta. You presented the methodology and the objectives of the study. I really like that you presented the objectives very clear and the prospective outcomes of the cost of the service study. My question, I know it's administrative level that it will be very specific, but can we see what are the details inside the outcomes? For example, the number 3 outcome is allocation of cost to customers' classes. So there will be, we expect that there is a fair distribution or changes on how we pay based on the usage and also the policy adjustments. Can we see the details on that once the project will be completed? Or we just have to see this kind of very high level cost service study outcomes?
So the project will be completed in, I would say, by the end of June, safe to say. We will have the details by then as well. And I think where we will see the details is that will then dovetail into future bylaws. The future bylaw rates will be adjusted.
So we will be guided based on this outcome. The bylaws, the policies that we'll be making will be based on the outcomes that you will be
That's right.
presented.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doria. All right, Mr. Stevenson.
Okay, next slide, please. It's important for CIC to understand the significant risks that come with a project of this size, which again will be the highest value capital project in city history. With that scale comes 4 key areas of risk. First, the risk of and reality of cost uncertainty. Since we're still in early stages of design and are experiencing volatile labor and material markets. Second is interest rate risk. Because of the significant amount of borrowings required as part of this project, a small change in interest rates will have millions of dollars in impact. We'll talk further about that later in the presentation. Third, construction and market capacity, where today we believe there are limited qualified contractors for a project of this size, which has risks to both timelines and pricing. And finally, asset management risks already mentioned, such as regulatory and operational, which have been highlighted and communicated as part of recent CIC meetings. Next slide, please. There's also a risk of delaying, which, as experienced and shown on this slide, will likely come with significant cost escalations. This slide shows the cost escalation experience from 2021 to 2024. There are two separate treatment projects that you can see on this, with one instance over that period where total projects increased by 213%. Next slide. Next, we'll look at the financial analysis included in your agenda package. For today's presentation, as a part of administration's recommendation and request to Community Issues Committee, the slides that I'll be going through focus specifically on the rate impacts associated with the wastewater treatment plant project only. However, there are other projects within the water and wastewater utilities that will be proposed as part of the 27 to 2036 capital budget. Those projects and the respective impacts to rates have been analyzed and are included as part of the financial analysis within your agenda package. To be completely clear, administration is not requesting decisions on those projects outside of the wastewater treatment plant Train 2 expansion today. These additional projects have been identified and included as part of your financial analysis for purposes of information only, and we deliberate in November as part of capital budget deliberations. Next slide. When you look at the full financial analysis within the agenda package, it's organized into 6 major components for the water and wastewater utilities. It starts with a rate impact analysis, showing the total capital cost of each project within their respective utility, followed by each project's respective rate impact and funding requirement. There's also a municipal benchmarking analysis similar to what you saw earlier from Mr. Sanchez for wastewater. The same comparison has been completed for our water utility. We then translate the percentage change into an average dollar impact for different customer classes within their respective utilities. And in addition, because of the scale of borrowing that comes with the proposed projects, specifically the wastewater treatment plant expansion, the analysis also models our municipal debt limit over time and confirms if City Council proceeds with approving all projects, we will still be compliant within the Municipal Government Act debt limit thresholds. The report also includes a long-term financial planning section where administration is recommending building on the recently council-approved pay-as-you-go approach moving forward to strengthen each utility's long-term financial position. And finally, there's an interest rate risk analysis tied specifically to the wastewater treatment plant expansion borrowings. Next slide, please. Moving into the rate analysis and funding scenario section, I want to emphasize again that what you're seeing here relates to the wastewater treatment plant expansion project only. The decision before council today includes 2 requests. First, an amendment to Project E26 in the current 2022 to 2031 capital improvement plan. That amendment would increase the detailed design budget from $7.8 million to $18.6 million so we can proceed with full design work required for the expansion. The second decision is approval of the construction phase of the expansion. That is the major investment, as mentioned, currently estimated at $285 million and represents the core construction of the expansion project. Mr. Sanchez will highlight the key advantages of project delivery by approving the construction component today. Next slide. This next slide stays within our rate and analysis and funding section. However, it focuses on the capital costs of other projects outside of the wastewater treatment plant expansion within the water and wastewater utilities that will be proposed as part of the 27 to 2036 capital improvement program. These projects will be deliberated further in November, and administration isn't requesting any decision on these today. This is simply for your reference and context. More detail and the rate impacts are included within your financial analysis report. Next slide. This slide outlines the funding scenarios tied to the 2 decisions administration is bringing forward to today. Starting with the first decision, which is approval of detailed design amendment E26 for Train 2 expansion. There are no rate increases required as part of this approval. Administration has been able to accommodate the additional costs within the existing capital improvement plan by reallocating available grant funding so there's no impact to ratepayers associated with that decision. The second decision is a much more significant one, and that is the approval of the $285 million construction. Given the scale of this investment, administration is presenting two approaches for council's consideration, which we'll discuss later in the next few slides. Next slide, please.
Actually, a question, Councillor Will?
I understand a rate-funded approach with grant utilization. What does a grant mean, and why do we not want a grant?
Yeah, so I'll explain that in the next couple of slides.
Thank you.
Coming right up. Perfect. This line outlines the recommended funding scenario for the Train 2 construction project, which reflects our traditional approach where utility capital projects are fully rate funded. As shown on the table on the slide, the $285 million Train 2 expansion, if fully and funded and entirely through rates, results in forecasted increases of 18.05% annually from 2027 to 2030. It is important to note that these are compounded increases year over year, so there's a cumulative impact to wastewater ratepayers. I want to emphasize that these rates shown here are forecasted based on our current financial model. This model relies on several key assumptions, including interest rates and conservative natural revenue growth within the system. These forecasts should not be interpreted as the exact rate increases that will come forward each year. Actual rates are set annually through the bylaw process, at which point the model is refreshed with the most up-to-date information at that time. What we're presenting today represents our best estimate with information available today. From a funding perspective, this option is primarily supported through borrowings, with approximately $261 million in debt and $24 million coming from reserves. While the rate impact is substantial, this approach maintains the consistency with past practice and preserves external funding capacity for other capital priorities within the capital improvement plan deliberated in November. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the alternative approaches to fund the Train 2 expansion, where we will remain primarily rate funded, but incorporate grant funding to offset a portion of the project costs. For Council's consideration, administration has modeled two scenarios, one utilizing $10 million in grant funding and another utilizing $50 million in grant funding, both aimed at reducing overall borrowings. To your question, Councillor Wolf, these would be LGFF and CCBF grants.
We're diverting other potential.
Correct.
Yeah, and that was my question. So this grant can be used for something else. So of course, we won't be able to apply it because with LGFF, it could be for other projects. So we would utilize it for here and lose out someplace else.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. So as shown, these options do lower annual rate impacts. The $10 million scenario brings the rate increase down slightly to 17.5%, while the $50 million scenario reduces it further approximately to 15.3%, which is a more noticeable decrease. However, despite that reduction, administration is not recommending these options. Utilizing grants in a way would significantly limit funding for capital budget deliberations in November and reduce flexibility to support other critical capital priorities within the capital improvement plan. Next slide. This slide translates rate impacts to what it means for an average residential wastewater bill. Today, in 2026, the average monthly bill is $24.47. Under the recommended option, that increases by about $4.42 in 2027, with an annual increase of 18.05% continuing through 2030. On a cumulative basis, that results in an overall increase of approximately $23.05 per month by the end of that period from 2026. So while the percentage increases are important, this helps frame the real dollar impact to residents over time. It's also important to note that the financial analysis document included in your agenda package provides similar breakdowns across other customer classes within the wastewater utility, including commercial and industrial users based on typical consumption levels. And finally, similar information is also provided for the water utility and its proposed rate increases. Next slide, please. This slide builds on a previous slide presented by Mr. Sanchez and provides information on Lethbridge's proposed residential wastewater bill if all planned projects, including the wastewater treatment plant expansion, are approved. This chart assumes 5% rate increases across other municipalities over the same period, which administration considers reasonable based on recent provincial trends driven by major capital investment in water and wastewater utilities. This slide shows that even after approving all proposed wastewater projects, Lethbridge remains the lowest wastewater rates within the province. Next slide. This slide outlines the city's projected municipal debt limit, assuming all proposed wastewater and water utility projects are approved, including the $285 million water treatment plant expansion. These water and wastewater utility projects represent the most significant borrowings within the upcoming 2027 to 2036 capital improvement plan. For clarity, this analysis assumes all proposed borrowing requirements as part of the 27 to 2036 capital improvement plan are approved in full, making it a conservative projection for the city's future debt position. What this analysis demonstrates is that the city will remain well within the prescribed MGA debt limit threshold within the forecast period. Total borrowing reaches its peaks in 2029 and 2030 as construction activity ramps up for the wastewater treatment plant expansion. However, utility projects will also be increasing during that same period as a result of the rate increases mentioned from previous slides. Since the municipal debt limit is calculated at 1.5 times municipal revenues, growth in revenues from the water and wastewater utilities increase the city's overall borrowing capacity as shown in the blue lines. At its projected peak in 2030, it is forecasted that there will be $370 million in remaining debt capacity. In simple terms, the city would still be able to borrow that amount if ever needed at that time. Maintaining that available capacity is important because it preserves flexibility for future emerging long-term infrastructure needs in Lethbridge. Preserving debt capacity ensures that the city is positioned to respond to these types of strategic or unforeseen needs without compromising financial stability. Next slide. This slide is really about long-term financial planning and the role of our pay-as-you-go policy. What you're looking at here is the history of wastewater rates in Lethbridge going all the way back to 1983. The blue line shows the actual rate path and the average wastewater bill over the last 4 decades. You can see sharp increases in the mid-1980s that was tied to the last major wastewater treatment plant expansion. After that project was completed, rate increases returned to very modest inflationary adjustments for many years. What didn't happen during that period was any sustained contribution towards long-term capital reserves. And while that kept rates low for customers, and frankly, wastewater users in Lethbridge have had a very good deal for a very long time, it also meant we weren't building the financial capacity need for the next major expansion. As of December 31st, 2025, our wastewater capital reserve sits at just under $4 million. And that will be fully utilized as part of this project. Against a $285 million expansion, that leaves us in a challenging position from a preparedness standpoint. Now, the dotted gray line on this chart is not meant to represent what we should have done. It's simply a hypothetical illustration. In fact, it's not something that is best practice, nor is it something that our third-party cost of service consultant have recommended. However, it shows what rates might have looked like had we gradually built capital funding into the rate structure over time. We're not suggesting the exact path would have been appropriate or realistic, but if something close to that had been in place, we'd have accumulated significantly more in reserves. That would have reduced the need for steeper increases you're seeing in the yellow line today. The point is, long-term incremental planning matters. There's value in having some debt for a project of this size, but there's also value in having reserves that help smooth out that impact and rate impact. Council has already taken the important first steps of approving the utility pay-as-you-go policy in 2024 and establishing a reserve and pay-as-you-go framework. We've started to build reserves and debt capacity within our rate structure, but it's still very early, and moving forward, consistent growth and pay-as-you-go capacity will be critical. That's how we avoid repeating the historical pattern where major expansions lead to sudden, sharp rate increases. So the takeaway from this slide is that hindsight is 20/20, but the lesson is clear. We need to continue to build on the already established pay-as-you-go long-term financial planning approach so that future generations aren't faced with the same steep rate increases when the major investment comes along, whether that's within the wastewater, water, or other utilities or other areas within the city. Next slide, please. This slide zooms into the two major events highlighted from the previous slide. On the left, you can see the sharp increases in the mid-1980s tied to the last wastewater treatment plant expansion, averaging at just over 30% per year for 3 years. On the right, we show the proposed increases for the upcoming expansion at the recommended 18.05% from 27 to 2030. So yes, there is a historical pattern when it comes to major capital work when required. But building on points from the last slide, stronger long-term financial planning and consistent pay-as-you-go utility contributions will help build healthier reserves over time so future expansions don't require steep rate adjustments like we're proposing today. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the interest rate risk tied to the wastewater treatment plant expansion borrowing only, estimated at $261 million. Because this project relies heavily on borrowings, even small shifts in interest rates have a major impact on long-term costs. A 0.5% change alone swings total interest payments by over $17 million. For our financial model, we have assumed a rate of 4.48% over a 20-year borrowing period. This assumption is based on provincial borrowing rates at the end of March. Rates are updated monthly by the province. Since completing this model, April rates have slightly decreased to 4.39%, which is favorable. But this slide analysis helps illustrate how sensitive this project is to rate movements and why this assumption matters for setting utility rates in the future. Next slide. I'll now pass this to Mr. Sanchez, who will summarize the recommendations.
Thank you. Before I go on the options for the committee, I want to make a comment regarding the cost of services study and how we're going to use that moving forward in terms of setting the rates. So we will be, as Mr. Kishore explained, receiving the cost of services study by the end of June. Administration will go over the details, and this cost of services study is going to tell us for both water and wastewater how or what should be the rate for each one of the customer classes based on how much it costs to treat the wastewater or to treat the water to provide the service. And this element, the details that we're going to have, will be presented or reflected into the bylaws that will be submitted by September 1st. Typically, we do this submission early enough to the community, not only the residents, but the industry, because they use that information to base their budgets for the following year. So that's why we're going to use that cost of service analysis, and it might come back with recommendations such as increase the rate for users that have highest strength or decrease the rates for those users that actually complying with the benefits. Something else I want to remind Council, when we came in 2024, during the water conservation is scaling water rates. Right now we have a fixed rate. 95% of the communities in the province, they have these scaling rates that will actually encourage less consumption and reward those customers. So that means that if you use less, your cost is lower. So we are going to come with all those recommendations in September. Next slide. So after the presentation today, the options for the committee are, we have two options to present. One will be the full approval of the wastewater treatment plant Train 2 for 20 MLD. This includes, as Mr. Stevenson explained, the approval of E26 for the detailed design and the approval of the Train 2 construction. The benefits of this approval are we're going to reduce the ongoing risk of major failures at the plant or major community and regional impacts. This also will allow us, by approving both, to engage early the construction company. When we do this, we can actually do procurement of some of the materials ahead of time. We can get their input, and based on recent projects completed in the province, this is the best way to move forward. So we believe we will have overall savings that can be reflected at the end of the day on the rate increases that we're going to have, which potentially could be lower depending on what we can achieve. And we also will minimize the schedule delays and the cost escalations. The option number 2 that is not recommended is partial approval today, where we only approve the detailed design, and then we refer the construction project to the CIP deliberations late in this year. The biggest risk of this option is that it will definitely maintain the criticality of the issues that we have in the plan regarding the capacity to treat wastewater and major failures. And also it will have an increased risk on cost escalations. Not to mention, we also have significant fines and increased project costs that can come if we delay the implementation and the construction of the project. Next slide. So in summary, for the recommendations, this approval, if a committee decides to recommend to City Council, will address the system capacity and aging issues that we currently face. Further delays will increase the cost and significant risk, and the investment now supports the growth of the city, the industrial sector, and also the region. The average cost increase to residential customers will be $4.42 for 2027. And administration recommend the full approval of the 20 MLD expansion as explained. And with that, I think that's the last slide. We're open to any questions that council might have.
All right, I do, before we get into questions, I want to ask if there's anyone, and I know there's a member of the community that would like to come in and speak, so if you would like to come forward and we get a 2-for-1 today. It's awesome. Oh, don't apologize at all. That's great.
I feel like I'm older because otherwise I won't get my words out. So.
Absolutely, you just take your time, and then we'll just need to have your name for the record as well.
Yes. So my name is Amanda Gordon. I am a resident here of West Lethbridge. Okay. This is my first meeting. I am brand new to this. I am just a mother advocating. That's all I'm doing. I am not a professional speaker. I am just going to read what I wrote down because it's much easier when you have no sleep. Okay. Let's do this here, girl. Oh, you stop it. I knew this was going to be a problem. Okay. Let me get this up.
You even move your mic over a little bit.
Good morning, Mayor and Councils. My name is Amanda, and I am a resident of West Lethbridge. I am here today as a community member and a mother, but most importantly, I am here for the thousands of people who can't be in this room today because they are busy working 2 jobs just to keep up with their monthly bills. I'm here for the families who are sitting at their tables right now trying to decide if they can afford electricity or gas this month. I am here because the 2026 Assessment and Management Plan reveals a crisis that these families cannot afford to ignore. We are being asked to foot the bill for a $350 million emergency, which is now $280, I think. $350 million emergency that has been 37 years in the making. The last major expansion of our wastewater plant was in 1989. Back then, Lethbridge had about 60,000 people. Today, we are a city of over 111,000. We have nearly doubled our population, yet we are relying on the exact same core infrastructure. According to the city's own reports, this plant is now operating at 100% capacity. Worse, our critical electrical and UV disinfection systems are officially rated in very poor condition with 0 redundancy. That isn't just a budget issue, it is a direct threat to the health and safety of my children and everybody else's. So I just wanted to talk about the money. If we estimate 100,000 residents are contributing even $500 a month in various taxes and fees, this city is collecting roughly $50 million every single month. That is $600 million a year. In just 7 months of tax collection, the city brings in enough revenue to cover the entire $350 million cost of this plant. The people of Lethbridge aren't interested in renovated hockey seats for the NMAX Center that doesn't bring in any performances that we deserve. We are tired of seeing money wasted on an airport that collects government funding while refusing contracts. We are done seeing our taxes go towards vanity projects while our most viral survival infrastructure is left to rot. Most concerning of all is the proposal to borrow hundreds of millions of dollars to fix this. We all know what happens when we borrow. We aren't just paying for a water plant, we are paying for decades of high-interest debt that will be passed down to our children. We are talking about borrowing and interest rates when the city is already generating over $500 million a year. We shouldn't be drowning the next generation in debt because this council failed to save for a rainy day. And now I know, obviously, that this council wasn't in place for all these issues. So take it as it be. So I'm going to leave this committee with 4 questions that the residents of Lethbridge deserve to have answered on the record. Accountability. Why was this facility allowed to reach 100%? Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Why was this facility... Gosh, sorry guys, I'm so sorry. Gosh.
That's all right.
Oh my gosh. Why was this facility allowed to reach 100% capacity and very poor status before a modernization plan was presented? Was this a surprise or decades of documented neglect? Second, the debt load. What is the total projected interest cost on the money you plan to borrow, and how much will that add to the final bill for taxpayers? Third, why is a revamp costing $300 or $280 million when other North American cities build brand new facilities for less than half that price? And 4, with the Alberta Water Council being dismantled on May 26th, who is going to provide independent oversight? How can we be sure that this, oh, you brat. How can we be sure that this maintenance debt isn't a precursor to privatizing and monetizing our water? And that is all I have for you today.
Well, thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and I'm sorry about that.
No, that's totally fine. Did a great job. I think we've heard all of the questions here, so I could start with those questions for our administration. I'm sure you've heard those questions. Some of them were answered, and I understand you may have been outside for it. No, you're totally fine, but it did have some of the costs and what those costs were and rate increases and how even after those rate increases, how Lethbridge will still be the lowest. However, that information is public and is on the agenda. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Westerson. That will be on the agenda, which has those prices. The other question, and for administration and maybe Mr. Sanchez or as designate, we heard the question about, in some other cities they're half the price to do these projects, and I think we saw as well prior costs years ago was quite a bit less. Can you maybe address that question as well as maybe some of the others that Ms. Gordon has? And it's Ms. Gordon, correct? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, absolutely, and we will try to answer them. Mr. Stevenson is going to cover the one in terms of the interest and how much is, or how is the debt going to be paid. But if we go back to slide 19 on the slide deck, I will have that as a reference because I think another question was in terms of why do we wait until now if we have been since many, many years. So this graph explains clearly how the plan had capacity up to 2018. At 2018, we had the influence that was coming to the plan was not as high strength as where we're getting today. That started to happen in between 2018 and 2019. That's when the plant had that downgraded in terms of how much can we treat based on the chemical content, on all the strength of the water that is coming to the plant. We took it 2020 and 2021 to review that trend and ensure that it was not a one-off, that it was a condition that was present moving forward, and that was going to be the new normal for the plant. That's when in 2021 we started working with the team and other municipalities to define what will be the upgrades that we need to do if we need to cover this gap and close at more capacity to eliminate that risk. That's when we came in 2023 to council. That was the first, like the city manager explained, the first time we said, this is now the reality. We are at capacity and we need to do the project. And we went back, we were directed to look for additional options and funding strategies. And I can mention, answering a little bit of the other question in terms of recent projects, we did have the opportunity to go to Aero Utilities, which is up north. They are the utility that provide the wastewater service for the capital region. So it's for roughly, I will say they are 250,000 people between our surrounding Edmonton. They were doing a planned expansion. Theirs was the Train 4, and that planned expansion was for 30 MLD. And at the time, that project, the cost was $185 million. The consultant that did that project and the construction management company, the project was started in 2022 and completed in 2025. And since then, the cost has escalated, as we saw in the previous slide, roughly to 150%. So when you do the $185 million they did there and you apply that cost escalation, that's where we are today. Another project that I can mention is Calgary. The city of Calgary has been doing their upgrades to both water and wastewater treatment plant. Their upgrades have been around $350 to $500 million for those projects. Of course, bigger capacity, they are adding more, they have more need to provide the water for the region and the wastewater as well, and for the city of Calgary. So the cost that we have here is not uncommon with things that have happening in the last few years, and even this year, we have seen with the high prices in steel, high prices in gas, the cost is nothing but going up. So it's nothing that we can control. That's why when we presented a similar project like this in 2023, the project was less than $150 million. And cost escalates, and especially with bigger equipment, and mostly it's imported too. It's not manufactured in Canada, so we depend and we rely on those. That's the main reason why you see those cost increases. I will have Mr. Stevenson now answer the questions in terms of the borrowing and the rates that we're paying for that borrowing.
Sure, and just to make sure I understand the question, do you want me to go over the borrowing and the rates and assumptions that go into that?
Yeah, Ms. Gordon had just mentioned, yeah, you can have a seat actually, you can hear, yeah, you bet. Mentioned about what the cost is going to be, the borrowing costs, what the borrowing costs are going to be, and then also I think what you said, what the rates are going to be over time. Is that correct, Ms. Gordon? Yes. Yeah. So, and you did have that one slide. If you go back to one slide, it had down the borrowing and what the cost was and what our capacity was, and over time what that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So that's slide 32, Mr. Westerson. So in regards to the wastewater treatment plant expansion only, the borrowing that comes with that project is $261 million. The remainder of the funding that funds the $285 million is coming from reserves. What this graph shows is, assuming all projects are approved within the forecasted 27 to 2036 CIP, we will have total borrowings at the city that peak in 2030 of $514 million. What we're assuming as part of the $261 million of borrowing that come with this project is a 4.48% interest rate. That interest rate changes monthly, so there's interest rate risk that comes with that, and that was an additional slide that we presented earlier. Significant changes in those interest rates will significantly impact well, not significantly, they will have impacts to ultimately what the rates are that we presented today, the 18.05%. From the perspective of total payments or annual payments that we expect to have, what I might do is get Mr. Westerson, if you can just go to the utility financial analysis, and what I'd like you to pull up is if you can go to page 27 within our utility financial analysis document and bring that up on screen. So again, this is page 27, please. No more. That one there. Thank you. So what this is attempting to show the debt capacity built within the rate structure for our wastewater utility. What's assumed here is that all projects are approved as part of the 27 to 2036 budget for the wastewater utility. So that includes the $285 million wastewater treatment plant expansion. Today, we have borrowings existing, which is in the bottom left, shown in blue, of just under $2 million. If we choose to approve the projects and the borrowings that come with that, we will need to raise revenues to pay for annual debt payments that will increase from today, again, just under 1.8 million shown in the blue, to what is increased by 2030, having annual debt payments of just under $23 million. So I'm hoping that answers your question, Mayor Hagan, and it shows why the rate increases are required to service the debt.
And so by the time this debt is going to be covered by pay-as-you-go, utility costs over the term, correct?
Yes, by raising rates and increasing
raising the rates.
and increasing our pay-as-you-go capacity. Yes.
Okay, but at the end, the pay-as-you-go, so those rates will still be some of the least in Alberta. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to be covered, and I think, Ms. Gordon, that was another question. What was it? I think there's one more question that you had. Sure. Actually, I'll come back to you. I'll go to Councillor Campbell here. Oh, first of all, I'm sorry. I should ask if there's anybody else in the public that wants to make a presentation on this.
I do have a few questions, not necessarily a presentation.
Okay, if there's questions, have you had the chance to send them in, or?
No, I didn't know about this meeting until yesterday.
Okay. And yeah, you can come up and ask your question if you want to come up. Sure. And then we'll go to council to ask any questions. Council may ask your questions on your behalf as well, of course, but feel free to ask your questions.
First one being, we are accessing provincial grants for funding under one of the proposals. Why haven't we accessed the Building Community Stronger grant? That's a multi-billion-dollar federal grant. I only heard mention of provincial grants. So that would be one question. The secondary question is in regard to projected capacity covering 20 years of population growth. By my numbers, we're going to see population growth, if averages continue, of approximately 70,000 people. That would be a population increase of approximately 63%. But designed capacity for the plant is 49 MLD, and the projected increase is 20 MLD. That's only an increase of approximately about 60% by design. However, our operating capacity is far lower than our designed capacity. So how are we projecting a 20-year rate of steady service providing off of this expansion when by numbers we're only going to get about 12 years? Those would be my two questions.
No, thank you for that. And administration, did you catch those questions? All right. And so we'll get to those answers there. Just got to make sure if there's anybody else in the community that in the gallery that wishes to make a presentation here on this. Okay, seeing none, then we'll go to questions and answers to those questions. We do have one waiting for Ms. Gordon. We'll come back to you, Ms. Gordon, in a moment here. And I know you're pretty preoccupied there. I want to make sure you get your question answered. And you've heard these ones here. Could you just address these questions here before we go to council's questions?
So thank you for the question. And in fact, we are considering those grants. We are currently considering 3 grants, not only the Building Canada Strong Fund, but two other additional grants that are grants available with FCM. But in order to apply for the grants, the projects need to be shovel-ready, which means the design has to be ongoing and the construction will need to be in place. So we have been in communications with we have a team led by Mr. Gauthier that has been writing the expression of interest, all the details that we need in order to apply for those grants. And if those grants come forward, I think one of the things that Mr. Stevenson mentioned is that the rates that we have here are based in the worst case scenario 100% rate funded. If we get additional grants, we will do like we have done in other projects. We will come with an amendment to the CIP to say, listen, we don't need to borrow this much, we're borrowing less because we got additional funding that will be used towards the project. The other component that we are currently exploring is that I did mention that we're trying to do some co-generation with the work that we're doing, which means that with the pre-treatment for the industrial, we can use some of that energy that is being used and released to generate electricity that can be fed back into the process. With that being said, there are grants with FCM and other components where you can get funding. In some cases, it's not really 100% of a grant, it's a borrowing, but that borrowing comes with less stress to pay and longer term. So that, again, could be another benefit. So I hope that answered the question in terms of additional funds that we are going to explore. There is no doubt. We are continuously working. We have a team dedicated to work on that. And the plan is to have that coming to council as soon as we get feedback or answers on those applications. The second question was regarding the capacity and why we're expanding the capacity. So the plan currently, as mentioned on the graph that we had before, 49, we are treating at 40 capacity because of the strength. Part of the proposed project that we're doing is a pre-treatment for the industrial customers. I did also mention that we want to work in surcharges and incentives so they can actually do some pre-treatment on their side like other communities do. By doing that, that will allow us to regain that capacity that we don't have today with the pre-treatment. In addition, adding 20 MLD, that's 50% of the total capacity that we have today. So that will give us, and I will need to lean into Mr. Stevenson, I think the analysis that we did was roughly 20 years that we have with the new capacity that we're installing ready to go. The way we're doing the project as well is no different than the previous projects that we have completed. So the most recent one was closed 12 years ago when we replaced the primary clarifiers. When that project was completed, we do the project thinking in the future. We know there will be new clarifiers, so all the construction is done in order to accommodate future expansion. We do have the land, we do have the capacity. The term is to try to be as effective as possible because we don't want, every time we need to do a retrofit, it costs double. So we are thinking in terms, now that we're growing, we know we're gonna have, I'm gonna use an easy example. I have a lot and I know I'm gonna have 10 houses. Well, I'm gonna bring the services ready to service those 10 houses right now. So whenever I come in the future, I don't need to redo the work that I did before. So that's what is being proposed today. And Mr. Stevenson is going to add something else.
Thank you. What I'd like to add, and shown on screen here today, just in regards to the grant question, these would be using LGFF and CCBF, but another reason we wanted to show City Council this today is if we are successful in getting one of these alternative grants, whether it be building strong community funds, and that happens to be $50 million, you can see the significant impact that it will have with rates. So although this isn't something that we're recommending, you can see yes, we're looking at alternative grant sources, and this would be roughly ballpark what those rate increases would be if we happen to be successful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tams. Did that get your questions answered? Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gordon, there was one more question you had, sorry?
So yes, my question was actually just about with the Alberta Water Council being dismantled on May 26, who is going to provide independent oversight, and how can we be sure that this maintenance debt isn't a precursor to privatizing and monetizing our water? That's it.
All right. Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you for the question. So I think what Mrs. Gordon is referring to the WPAC that exists in the province. So those are the water conservation groups across the province, like the Allman Watershed Council. There was a recent decision by the province to look at a different model on how they found or do the funding for these organizations, and they have decided to reduce the funding or not to fund them anymore. That is still ongoing. I know I do sit in the Alberta Municipalities Infrastructure and Environment Committee, and that's one of the main topics that we have at Alberta Municipalities to advocate to the province. We do believe they do a good work. We do believe they work across the different basins, and they are there to look in terms of water conservation, in terms of the work we completed in the last 2 years related to snowpacks, the watersheds, how we can protect them, how we can preserve them. And we are currently actively advocating in favor of those groups and see how they can maintain their funding. They do act as an advisor for the city, but it's mostly related on the water side and how we can work together with the irrigation districts and the other entities across the province, not so much related to the water rates or wastewater work that we do. For when it comes to transparency, that's where we are relying on the cost of service study, that we get a third party that can actually do this work. The company we're using, they have been working with the city of Edmonton, Calgary, and other municipalities, and they're well known, and the intent is to be as transparent as possible. Part of that work as well is to look at not only city residents, but the region, because we do believe that we have an important role in the regional services, but they also need to pay their fair share. So that's also included in the cost of services study.
Anything more to add there, Mr. Sanchez, or that's got it? All right. Hopefully it answers some of the questions. I appreciate the questions that came through, those in the gallery, and this is one of the best reasons, of course, we have the Community Issues Committee meetings, and so that folks can come in and ask the questions, so thank you very much for that. I will go to Council now, and I do have a lineup here, and so we'll start with Councillor Campbell.
This is probably, I mean, I don't know that you can answer this, but I'm just, for my own curiosity, we talk about the historically low rates and our reluctance in the past to raise rates so that we're at the point where we always have the lowest water rates in the province. I just wonder if you can, what was the mindset over those years as to, was it because they wanted to just keep the low rates to for the good of customers, or was it what? Just curious.
So I will start and pass it quickly if need be to Mr. Stevenson, but it was a lack of asset management implementation, and that's what we have been doing over the last 10 years, is implementing the asset management program in place, because the rates at the day were only to cost the operations. There was not a mindset in terms of the future and what we need to have set aside, and we have been changing that. Council also has paved the way with the pay-as-you-go for utilities. We do have that for other programs, but utilities, we only started that in the last 4 years.
So in the last few years, that's when the mindset changed to realize that we need to get up there, so to speak. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Yeah, nothing really more to add, Councillor Campbell. Again, since the last expansion, very modest inflationary adjustments to rates have occurred.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor. Okay. My question is for Mr. Stevenson. Can you please pull back the graph that is titled Risk of Delay, Potential Cost of Escalation? Okay. My question there is, I want to understand those scenarios. You put this as an introductory to the report. So what I understood there is you are presenting scenarios that will probably set our mind that if we have to delay, then there is interest incurred. Okay, that was the scenario last time. My question is, help me to understand whether this scenario will happen for this project, because these are the capital projects based last 2021 to 2024, 2021 to 2025. Are we expecting something to happen this term? If so, what are your recommendations or suggestions to mitigate this increase in interest that we will be incurring?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So included on this slide are some examples of what we experienced in the past. So over 2021 through 2024, you can see these are two amendments that have occurred and been recently approved by City Council. Actually, E26 is one of the instances where we're going for an additional amendment here today, and we're requesting that decision. You can see from E26 in the past, the original amount was 4.2 million. We chose to delay that, and since that time to 2024, we saw a significant increase in costs. The same sort of thing happened for E12 and E13. The reason why this slide is included as part of the presentation is if council chooses to delay a project, especially something of this size, inflation is happening, we all know that. That's something that these types of increases, yes, $285 million is a very significant number. If we choose to delay further, it's likely going to be something higher.
Okay, so if this scenario happens, what are your recommendations not to, just to mitigate this will not happen? It looks like how you will convince that this project will be done not in this scenario, not like this scenario, so that we will not incur an interest that is more than 100%.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Sanchez to answer.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the recommendation is exactly what we are doing today. We would like to get the approval today to start doing the construction, so we don't delay. And then by delaying, that will mean that it won't be 285, it could be 350, 270. So that's exactly what we are recommending on option one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So, Mr. Sanchez, let's challenge some of the assumptions we have going in first, because I know we've been talking about this for months, but we have just brought forward the largest single project in Lethbridge history. I know Ms. Gordon asked this, but I'm going to ask it again and in a slightly different way. Why not a new build? Why not do this building and a second building? Why is renovation and addition to this structure the best possible choice? And is it the best financial choice?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we did consider both scenarios. We consider doing what we call life cycle or a renovation on the existing facility that we have. The main issue with this is that we only have one plant. We don't have redundancy. So taking equipment offline to do the life cycle and to do the repairs and to bring more capacity, simple was not going to work, because then we won't be able to treat the wastewater and we were going to run into regulatory issues and fines that will be really, really extreme. The other consideration is that based on history and our experience, every time you do a renovation, every time you do a life cycle, a retrofit, is more costly than doing a brand new or what we call a greenfield. In this case, we do have the space in the wastewater treatment plant. Doing the greenfield will allow us to bring that additional capacity, and then in the future, we can come back to the aging equipment and do the life cycle that we need to do. So that's how we're planning and developing this project to move forward.
And I imagine one of the reasons we never looked at having two plants to build redundancy that way is simply staffing. It's hard enough to maintain staffing as it is, never mind having two plants.
That's correct. I mean, wastewater treatment plant and water treatment plant are highly trained operators. They need a class 4 as per our built environment, and it takes time to train them. Even if we are currently sometimes struggling because when you have them trained, then there are bigger entities or municipalities that they hire them and we lose them. So we are constantly struggling to get staff with the required training, and we are trying to invest. And it takes roughly 3 to 4 years to have a staff trained to get the certification that they need.
Could we even legally look at offsite levy as part of the way of paying for this? Because as you said, we are trying to build in growth for future expansion. Offsite levies are supposed to pay for future expansion. Knowing some of the difficulties around that, is that an option? And did we even look at it?
So that's an excellent question. We are currently working on the offsite levies review. We have a team working from legal and infrastructure services and working with the build group in Lethbridge. Offsite levies allow for water treatment plant and wastewater treatment plant to be part of the offsites. Currently, the city does not do that. And with the review, we're putting all the elements on the table. Same story with fire halls. So they will be considered, they're gonna be part of the discussion, and we're going to come back with recommendations to council.
And I'm always of the philosophy, leave it better than you found it. Pay as you go, of course, as you said, we just brought in for utilities. Is the idea there that when the next huge expansion might be needed in 20 years, the money would be there for that council? Not, I wish somebody had left it for this council, but would it be there for the next council with the pay-as-you-go being in place?
That's 100% correct. The intent, as Mr. Stevenson explained before, is not to accumulate the full amount that we need, but we need to have enough funding there so that rate increases are not as significant as they're being done today.
So it may not be perfect for Ms. Gordon right now, but hopefully for that cute little baby, it'll be better when their chance to pay the utilities comes forward.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Wolf.
Ms. Gordon, just a couple of follow-up questions, if I may. Please come on up. Yep. So I just wanted to thank you for coming in today. It's always nervous to be in front of all these folks.
Very much.
But I think you spoke to some, in your preamble, to some very, very important things that are, I think, resonate with me. So could you just tell me a little bit more, just speak a little bit more to kind of as, you know, a regular taxpayer, kind of the type of pressures you're feeling within your household right now?
Well, I will say this first off, that going through those slides and being shown that it's going to be a $20 difference for your water, and this is what people pay during month. I would happily love to show everybody. I brought my monthly bill. My water is not $20 a month. It's not even close. It is more like $100 a month. And I'm sorry, but I feel like we're just throwing numbers out there just to kind of move things along and say it's going to be okay. But we're talking about almost like 40 years of neglect. And I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate you. 40 years of neglect, and now it's on the taxpayers. And I just want to know, A, how did we get to this point? B, what's in place if that fails? So today, our system shuts down. How am I feeding my baby her bottles? How am I feeding my children? How is everybody in this city doing what they need to do? And I'm sorry, a $50 rain barrel rebate ain't gonna cut it.
So what are your suggestions for solutions?
Well, I just want to, I guess maybe I'm not well versed into the politics and the sides of this, but I will say if we can find $23 million for an airport that is sitting empty right now without any contracts, but is still collecting money every month from the government, we can find 280 when we're, what did I say, we're collecting a month? What does Lethbridge collect in a month?
I mean, I'm sure there'd be folks, with all due respect,
Yes,
there'd
no,
be
it's
an argument of the math for sure amongst the people here. But I guess the point I'm trying to get to is I think you represent a very large portion of the community that we serve within the financial circumstances that you're being faced with on a monthly basis. And so the point what I want to say to you is A, thank you for coming and shining a light on that. B, you know, we probably do have to take this request very, very seriously. We don't want to have you would like to be able to have clean water for your baby. So these are things that we will have to work at, and your thoughts are heard. But the other thing I wanted to highlight to you and to encourage you, because you do represent, in my view, a very, very large portion of this population, is to watch this council over the next few months, because I personally will be presenting ideas and ways to look at how we tax folks and how to reduce taxes, and I will be opposed for many of those motions. So keep involved and keep watching and keep being involved in voicing your opinions.
I love to hear that. I just want to say that I've been an advocate for Lethbridge for almost close to 20 years. I've worked in the disability field for almost 20 years. I have a child with a disability. There's a lot of people that probably, if they knew about this, would be sitting in this room. And I feel like we're very hush-hush with what goes on in our city, and I think that needs to change. I think everything is kind of just like thrown under the carpet, and we just kind of let the suits take care of it, and everybody else is just supposed to comply. But I feel like we're at that point where we need to get this figured out, and just saying that we're going to borrow money here or do this, I think we need to have an actual plan that's going to benefit everybody, and I don't understand why it's on the taxpayers. This was not our neglect. We have been paying consistently, and I don't know where the money has been going, and that's not at a fault of any of you guys. You guys weren't in place at that time, but this is a lot of neglect that's happened, and there was a lot of people on a post that I saw the other day that wanted to be here, and a lot of them said, hey, I would love to be there, but a 9 a.m. meeting just ain't going to work. And so the people that are working all those jobs, that's why I'm here. I mean, I have a baby who's teething and biting me and scratching me, whatever. At least I'm here, but I just wanted to kind of get those answers for the people that can't be here. So thank you guys very much, but I'm probably going to take my crying baby away now.
And just as you're leaving there, it's important to have these folks, if you can, and in touch with them, have them write in, because it gets part of the record. So those questions, if people ever want to research it, those letters that are sent in are part of the record and the meeting. So please, encourage them to write in if they can't make it in, because I understand as well. People work, they have jobs, it's a tough time. But have them writing, because again, I can't emphasize that enough. That's part of the record, and so that information is there and searchable.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to more meetings. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Take care. All right, I don't see any further questions in the queue, and so I can. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Doria.
I just want to ask again, Mr. Stevenson. He's my favorite person now. With the municipal benchmarking analysis that you presented about wastewater, and then at the end, the graph shows that even with 100% rate funded option, then we still remain the cheapest among the other municipalities. Why is that so? Are we considering all the parameters, like why we are still the cheapest one to collect this wastewater fees?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll give you my opinion. If you look at, maybe I'll get Mr. Westerson to go a couple slides down to the pay-as-you-go graph. Keep going. This is municipal debt. Back one. Thank you. So I believe we're one of the lowest in the province because of this exact graph. We have stuck to modest inflationary increases for a long period of time. When we increase by the proposed 18.05%, we come back in line with a lot of our municipal benchmark municipalities. So this is one of the reasons why we are the lowest, in my opinion. And even with the proposed increases, we'll get back to a level that's much more comparable with other municipalities, with still being amongst the lowest.
Are we considering that we are growing? We have other industries that are putting in waste on our wastewater system since 2024. So we are still like, are we reviewing those parameters as well?
Yes, so built within the financial model that's distributing the 18.05% increases, there is a component of growth. It's a modest conservative estimate based on what we've experienced in the past. But to answer your question, yes, there's growth built into and assumed as part of the 18.05% that's being proposed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
I have-
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have one last question, and it's an average monthly water bill. What was that number again? What is the average? 23, 24 dollar? How up to, like, what are we seeing? What's the range?
So it varies. We have residents that their average use is 12, 14 cubic meters.
Based on what we see here.
And we do have residents.
Councillor Croson, can you mute?
Considering it's going.
Thank you.
And we do have residents that their water consumption is around 100, 150 cubic meters a month. So when we do the average across all the customers that we have, that number is 20 cubic meters per month. So the numbers that we have been presented is based on the average across all the residents in our utility system.
Now, that excludes business and industry. This is straightly residential
This
that
is
you're talking
only
about.
residential, what I'm mentioning here. So all between the residential customers is 20 cubic meters a month, the average.
And cubic meter, currently, price per cubic meter is?
It's 1.34, something like that per cubic meter.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, as I heard a $100 water bill would be how many cubic meters?
For a $100 bill, that's roughly 65 to 70 cubic meters, which is high consumption. So maybe, I'm not sure, I can probably sit down with her later. I think that's the total bill cost, including not only water, but wastewater and the rest of the utilities.
70
Average
okay.
residence pays between water and wastewater, no more than $46 a month.
Okay, good. I think it's, excuse me, important to get that information out there. Councillor Croson, did you have a question?
No, I'd like some clarification because we're hearing such mixed conversations here. We are talking wastewater today, right? And the amount that we are presenting is how much wastewater will go up. If wastewater goes up, that has no effect on water going up. Would I be correct, Mr. Sanchez?
That is correct. And also I want to do a quick clarification. When we talk about cubic meters, we're talking about 1,000 liters. So again, if you do the math, 20 cubic meters a month, that's 20,000 liters of water a month.
And we've also, people are talking about their tax bill, but and again, we spend all day on this, and I can understand how it's not always explained well to the public, but we're talking about a utility here, and the cost of utility going up does not affect tax rate. Is that correct, Mr. Sanchez?
That is correct. We're only talking about utility rates today, and more specifically about the wastewater utility rates.
And I recognize that taxes and utilities impacts the same same household budget. All of it is there. But for council, we need to be very specific. We are talking wastewater utility today. Any impact we're talking is wastewater, not water. And any problems at the wastewater plant does not affect the quality of our water. Would all of those be correct, Mr. Sanchez?
That's all correct.
So unfortunately, where we put our water, it could impact Tabor's water, but the wastewater having a problem does not impact the quality of Lethbridge's water.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just need some clarification on all that. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Yeah, thank you. I see no further questions in the queue, so have a resolution to bring forward. All right. The resolution from Councillor Dodick, wastewater treatment plant train 2 expansion. Whereas the City of Lethbridge wastewater treatment plant is operating at its engineered capacity with average and peak flows, regularly limiting operational flexibility and increasing the risk of service disruptions. And whereas continued population growth, industrial activity, and higher strength wastewater are driving increased treatment demand that is expected to exceed current system capacity without timely investment. Whereas critical wastewater infrastructure is aging with key assets at or beyond their service life, limited equipment redundancy, increasing maintenance costs, operational risk, and potential for regulatory non-compliance. And whereas Council recognizes that delaying this project could increase financial, operational, and regulatory risks, and affirms the importance of timely investment to maintain reliable wastewater service and support economic growth. And whereas advancing the wastewater treatment plant
Project at this time will enable early contractor involvement, reduce design and cost uncertainty, and allow for timely procurement of long lead time equipment, thereby improving project efficiency, mitigating risk, and supporting timely delivery of critical infrastructure. And whereas the proposed wastewater treatment plant Train 2 expansion will increase treatment capacity 50%, approximately 20 million liters per day, improve reliability and regulatory compliance, and support residential and industrial growth within the city. And whereas the project includes significant upgrades to treatment processes, solids handling systems, and supporting infrastructure to enhance system reliance and long-term performance. And whereas financial analysis has identified funding strategies, including rate-supported financing and potential grant opportunities with associated impacts to utility rates and municipal debt capacity. Therefore, be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommends City Council, number 1, amend Capital Improvement Program CIP E26, wastewater treatment plant Train 2, 20 million liters a day detailed design as presented in Attachment 1, and improve new CIP WWTP Train 2 20 MLD construction as presented in Attachment 3. And number 2, a direct administration to implement the preferred funding strategy, including utility rate adjustments and debt financing as outlined in the financial analysis, and pursue all available grant funding opportunities in the future. And number 3, direct administration to bring forward a borrowing bylaw to City Council on June 23rd for first reading. And further be resolved, the City Council direct administration report back to Council at the completion of detailed design and provide annual construction progress and updates. To open debate counts, Deputy Mayor Dodick.
I'll start at the operative clause and then explain why we should be doing this. The amendment where it talks about attachment 1, the first amends the CIP. That's the part where it was initially 7.8 million, and it's amending to 18.6 million. And that, if approved, will have no impact on rates as we speak today. The second component, which is the CIP WTP Train 2 20 million liters per day construction, that's the part which was $285 million, of which 261 million was borrowing and 24 was going to come from reserves. During the presentation, you heard that in 2031, we had a debt limit availability of 911 million. And even though we're not talking about water today, this is just wastewater, the anticipation is that by the 2031, the amount of borrowings will be for both water and wastewater, $478 million. So there will be there's a lot of debt capacity there. I'm not saying that to necessarily use it, but this is something that is important. We were also given an indication as if this goes forward and the project goes through, that we're talking about the cost for the average utility user as it relates to wastewater. Right now, it's in 2026 is $24.47 on a monthly bill. It'll raise by be $4.42 raise in 2027. It'll go up to $9.63, $15.78, and ending up in 2030 at $23.05, which, as the graphs have shown, will still be lower than most municipalities. Now, having said that, the reason we're doing this is because our Lethbridge wastewater treatment plant is currently operating at capacity. And if we delay this, the long-term risk, including catastrophic failure, obviously goes up. And the presentation provided indicated that the daily and wet weather peaks are pushing the system to its limits, and the volumes are rising with the increased population and the increased industrial and commercial uses. So these are assets that we have now that are at or beyond their expected life. So we're concerned about reliability going down, and we have limited redundancy as well. And I think it was summarized by, I can't remember who the presenter was, but basically this is a timely investment needed to enable future growth and development in the city and region. So I'm not, obviously, we just heard the presentation. I've sort of summarized some of the high points. The main point being that this is something that we need now rather than later. And as we often talk in these council chambers in this horseshoe about needs versus wants, this is a need, and I would ask for council support.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. Yes, I will be supporting this. I think we all wish we weren't being faced with this, but we are. I also appreciate how our administration has brought forward the worst case scenario, because we will be looking for grants and other things over the next few years to hopefully offset some of these charges. I'm looking forward to the surcharges and incentives being brought forward, and to look at what bylaws we can look at, because a lot of this is coming from the industrial area. So is there something we can do? And I appreciate we're always looking for other options. But if we do not move forward on this, not only will costs rise, not only will we be looking at possible errors happening and things happening at the plant, but we will be stopping our own economic development. And we need this if we're going to build our economic strategy, and if we're going to support economic growth, we need to look at this, but all those other things as well, in a very smart, strategic manner, so we can grow the city while keeping prices down as much as possible. This also, and let's be blunt, signals to anyone else looking at the CIP in the fall and hoping for stuff, well, we've spent the money. And so if we move ahead now, it really does give a signal that we are going to keep our CIP very lean in the fall, only focusing on those things that we absolutely have to fix or have to have. And so let's move ahead on this now. Let's get into the construction season and get this built as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. And I couldn't agree more. This is definitely a need. And we saw that as costs rise as we wait. And so, of course, I'm 100% in support of this. And I just, in closing, I want to make sure the community, we've said it a few times, but I'll reiterate it again. This is zero impact on property taxes. I've seen out there that this is going to affect your property taxes. This is zero impact on property taxes. The wastewater expansion is through utilities. It is not through taxation. So just want to make sure that that is loud and clear and will not affect your property taxes. Furthermore, yes, I definitely will be supporting this, and thank you for bringing this forward. Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I just want to thank administration for your presentations today, because this is an issue that's going to affect us long term. It's potentially going to affect us now if we have failure. And you made it abundantly clear to anyone who's watching here online, who will be covering this today in the media, how just important this is. We can't live without this wastewater treatment plant being addressed here. And this is definitely a case of a need over a want. And this is a need we can't live without. I want to thank you guys for this. And I want to thank Councillor Dodick or Deputy Mayor Dodick for his debate on this thing. And I'm fully supportive of it.
With that, I see no further debate. So back to Deputy Mayor Dodick.
No further debate. I call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous.
Also, if I could beg the indulgence of council, the mayor has indicated to me he would be calling a short break. We have visitors, my relatives from Slovenia. We have Anya and Alish back there. And if council could stick around, I think they'd like to have a picture. At least I'd like to have a picture with them. I didn't want to embarrass them, but there they are in the back.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We do need to take a bio break, I believe. Here we've been in here for over 2 hours. So yes, we'll take a break and we will return shortly.
Don't forget.
think, Ryan, you're good? Okay. And we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and it's a submission. So if there's any questions, and this has all been in our package, 5.1 Water Treatment Plant Asset Management Plan. And I'll just open it up for any questions. If any of my colleagues have questions on 5.1 Water Treatment Plan Asset Management Plan. And if there's none, it's all in there. I'm sure everyone's had the opportunity to scan through it. And if there's any questions, we can touch base with administration on that. And with that, the next is there's no questions on that. So we'll move to And so I have a motion here from Councillor Doria, a water treatment plant asset management plan. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee receives water treatment plant asset management plan as information. Councillor Doria.
Are there any clarifications or additions? If not, I
Nothing.
call for a question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that. And if I, from Councillor Wolf, have a motion to go in closed. And I have the motion, actually, I'll read the resolution here. Be it resolved that we do now enter a closed meeting at 11:40 a.m. to discuss confidential matters with respects to item 6.1 as per section 29 advice from officials of the Access to Information Act.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And we're in closed. Thank you.
All right, we're back from our closed session. We have motion or item number,
I'm just counting.
yep. Item number 6.1, Capital Budget Workshop 2027-2036 Capital Improvement Program, CIP. This moved by Councillor Crowson. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee postpones this item to the closed meeting of the June 2nd, 2026 Community Issues Committee. And further be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee directs that the capital discussions, documents, presentations, and reports with respect to the Capital Budget Workshop 2027-2036 Capital Improvement Program, CIP, remain confidential pursuant to Section 29, Advice from Officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Crowson.
Question?
Question's been called. All in favor? That's unanimous. And we are adjourned. Thank you very much.